which is rich in human concern and environmental challenge, not simply in terms of improved science and technology. The nation overall economic development strategy must adopt new paradigm that see the village as a potential hub for economic activity. To optimize the potential of rural area, policymakers must establish appropriate policies that take into account changing the internal and external situation. Rural development should receive critical attention, and village should be treated with more consideration. Our possibility strategic more move is to establish the appropriate resource. Ladies and gentlemen, science and technology related research, teaching, and community service are long-standing strength of Jenderal Sudirman University. Jenderal Sudirman University aims to produce competent graduates with strong leadership, skill in the depth industry knowledge, and innovative idea who can adapt to societal, economic, and technological change. Universitas Jenderal Sudirman is strongly committed to achieving this objective in order to collaborate with the scientific community in developing answers for redesigning our society, including the field of economic and related areas toward a smart society. In order to solve disruption issue in the development of rural resource and entrepreneurship, that this discussion will emerge in idea, plan, and section. Again, congratulations to the planning team and everyone who took part. Last but not at least, I congratulate the committee and all delegates or participating in this online conference for the next 2 days. With name the Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, the 5th International Conference on Multidisciplinary Approach for Sustainable Rural Development 2022 is officially open. Good luck, enjoy with this seminar. Greeting for Hokkaido, German, for Japan. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, now we're going to move to the next agenda, which is the photo sessions with the Rector, Head of Institute of Research and Community Service, and all participants. To all participants, please turn your cam on to have the photo session. Okay. Okay, so now we're on the screen one. 1, 2, 3. Okay. The next screen, screen 2. Please turn your cam on. One, two, three. Okay, thank you. Continue to the next screen, screen 3. Please turn your cam on. Okay, so 1, 2, 3. All right, thank you. Next is screen 4. All right, please your turn. Okay, and then the next one is screen 5. Please turn your cam on. Okay, and then the last screen, screen 6. Okay, thank you. Very well, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. We'll continue to the next agenda, which is the first plenary session. We will be listening to the keynote speech delivered by Professor Zainal Asnam Muhjalan from Malaysian Society of Animal Production and Dr. Ing Suroso from Universitas Jenderal Sudirman. The first plenary session will be moderated by Dr. Afik Hadanto. Dr. Afik is a lecturer at Department of Agriculture Engineering, Universitas Jenderal Sudirman. His field of expertise includes ecohydrology and environmental engineering. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to invite Professor Zainal Asnam Muhjalan, Dr. Ing Suroso, and our moderator, Dr. Afik Hadanto, on screen.
Okay, it's time for us. Okay, thank you very much, Master of Ceremony, and good afternoon, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much, and Honorable Rector of Jenderal Sudirman University, and also Vice Rector of Jenderal Sudirman University, Head of LPPM, Unsur, Professor Rida Naufalin, and also all the IDN. Okay, welcome to the first plenary session of the annual international conference provided by LPPM of Jenderal Sudirman University. And that's we know as this conference entitled is International Conference on Multidisciplinary Approach for Sustainable Rural Development. We know this is 2022. And in the fifth of ICMA-SURE conference, we present grant time entitled the Advanced Strategies to Development of Rural Resource for Smart Society. And my name is Afik Hadanto, and I'm going to be the moderator today. And also with us in this first session, we probably invite two invited speakers. Firstly, Professor Zainal Asman from Malaysia. Okay, are you with us, Professor Zainal? Okay, I see you. Okay, that's great. Thanks, Professor Zainal. And the second is Dr. Ing Suroso. Dr. Ing Suroso, have you already with us? Okay, I see you. Thank you. Great. Thank you, Dr. Suroso. Okay, we have around 1 hour and 1.5 hours in the first plenary session, and each speaker will talk around 30 minutes each, and then we will have a discussion for around 30 minutes. And the information for all participants, please unmute your Zoom device during the invited speaker speech. All of the audience can ask any question after that. So you can directly ask or type in the chat, then I can read for them, or you can directly in this question time. All right, we go to the first speaker. I'm going to have Professor Zainal, who will present his work or knowledge entitled, and it's very interesting for me, Islamic Perspective of Welfare and cruelly in livestock production. Before Professor Zainal start his presentation, I'm going to read to his profile first. Full name, Professor Zainal Asman bin Muhammad Jalan, and his affiliation is Envirolution, yeah? SDN, I don't know, SDN BHD. Maybe Professor Zainal will explain about this. SDN BHD. Thank you, Professor. Sorry. And field of expertise. His expertise is about livestock production and animal nutrition. Yeah? and he have also many professional experience. I think he is a professor emeritus in University from Putra, Malaysia, and also consultant of animal feed production, consultant control environment agriculture maybe, and field veterinarian, past president of ASEAN Society of Animal Production, and also past president of ASEAN Australian Society of Animal Production. And also many papers already is published. All right, Professor Zainal, you have around 30 minutes to share your work or also your knowledge. And maybe I will remind you minute left, yeah, Professor. So please, time for you, Professor Zainal.
So thank you, Mr. Moderator. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, selamat pagi. Yeah, respected and distinguished Rector of the University of Unsur, Professor Dr. Ahmad Sadiq, distinguished administrators of the universities, my respected speakers, and all participants in this screen, wherever you are. It is great to be here, to be among you, share some knowledge. Perhaps we could enlighten ourselves in the next 30 minutes.
Tunggu saya nanti tanggal 14.
Okay. As briefly as possible, if I can. In this
Nyambung kuliah dulu.
Okay, next one. Okay, when we do a lot of farming, next slide. Okay. The topic I have chosen is Islamic perspective of welfare and cruelty in livestock production. A topic that people rarely hear, but is very widely spoken on the corridor rather than officially. So I hope in the next 30 minutes, I could briefly introduce the importance of providing good welfare in a way that we should be done in our farming system. A good welfare means good production of the animal. You get better productivity. Good welfare is something that is demanded by our way of life that we should be doing wherever we go. It is a question of sustainability. We do not want to have a farming system that is not sustainable due to failure in the welfare issues. Okay. Now, we look back how animals started with man, how they become our friends. Men domesticated animals for sources of food, non-food materials, for the power they have on the body, and as a friend, a companion. But however, today we have increasing global demand for food has intensified for livestock production. So because of this, there's a demand for a system that is intensively farmed and adopted with the aim of maximizing profits by rearing more animals in a smaller piece of land. Man has involuntarily or intentionally overlooked the ethics of farming. Ethics in Etika, I call it Etika in Malaysia, Etika here, Intika, something like that. I'm not sure. Next one. So the ethic of farming must be there. Okay. What are the views you see in the current farming operation? We have misguided capital allocation that leads to poor farm management. You sacrifice animal welfare and the environment. And number two, there's a lack of farming knowledge,
recording stopped,
skills and management practices, especially in the smallholder farming system. There's a lot of emphasis on bigger productivity and improved farm profitability. That is all our emphasis. Breeders have designed animals, whether it's cattle, poultry, birds, or whatever you do, with emphasis on economic traits. The character, or they call it economic genetics, that is good for economic growth at the expense of longevity, which means that you get good economic productivity from the animal, but you actually shorten their life because of the breeding system. For example, you're breeding a dairy cow for high milk yield, but with a large pendulous udder that is prone to mastitis, one of the biggest problems. You can look at this little cow. the milking machine, the milking part of the body is so huge so that they can produce more milk. But then most of these animals will have problems later on in their life. Okay, next one. Okay, for the consumers, what do the consumer think? I think we must think whatever when you do farming, we must think what the consumer wants. There's strong belief among consumers that today, especially the young consumer, they are very concerned of three things. They are concerned of the quality and safety of the food, whether such food will be causing ill health, whether it causes problem to you, especially in the long run of eating it. And number two, they are concerned about the ethics and welfare of the animal, the farm that give food for production of food to you in the under intensive farming system. And number three, they are concerned on the impact of farming, particularly intensive system, on the environmental degradation. So today, if you see in the supermarket in advanced country, you can see that they are selling milk, for example. On the packaging is written, this milk is produced from a farm that is farmed with good welfare to the animals. There's an assurance by the farmer to give to the people, the buyer, the consumer, that these animals have been cared properly in the process of producing milk or beef or whatever it is. This is an example where the world is going into. This is something that is very required. Okay, we talk about good animal husbandry practices, or called GAHP. GAHP is the ethical code or essential code of conduct in the management of the farm and animals and the activities that goes with it. Our aim here is to ensure that the farming process is acceptable. Who accepts it? The consumer accepts it. And you yourself might accept it as a producer, you must accept it. Economically feasible, that is good enough. That you can make some profit out of it. You don't lose money. And number three is sustainable to yield products that are sustainable consumption and of highest quality. See, essentially, that's what a good practice of farming will do. To produce food that is good, of highest quality, and is safe. Okay, we look at Islam. What does Islam say about this? Islam has reminds the purpose of Allah's creation. Islam teaching advocates the utilization, the use of nature for man's benefit. Islam has told that Allah has given you the nature to you for you to use, to get benefit out of it. And Allah has leave it to you to take care of the gift that given by Him. So I think along with the preservation of the universe that Allah has placed in mankind custody, He has given the chance for you to take care. Nature is for man to exploit for his own needs. So you must recognize and must be respected as a gift from which man must be grateful. While the end of a man himself is nothing else but to serve God and worship Him alone as the purpose of man's creation. Okay. Number three, as such, preservation of nature, kind and proper treatment of animals are responsibilities of men. This is reflected in the Quran, in the teaching of Islam, which is found mentioned in the Al-Quran and the Hadith, which is actually, Hadith is a saying of the traditions of Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. So we are guided by these two, and these two are reminders for you to farm correctly. Now, you look at some examples. Allah has created animals for your use. The Quran has precisely mentioned the use of animal by human. For example, Surah An-Nahl, which is named beast, which is Surah is equivalent to chapter 16, verse number 5. And farm animal He has created for you. From them you can get warmth and numerous benefit and benefit and for their food, which is meat or milk for you to eat. Another chapter on the same chapter, which are different verse number 8. He has created horses, mules, donkeys for you to ride and as a decoration. And He has created other things for which you have no knowledge. There are many, many things more that He has created and you have no knowledge unless you keep on learning. And you go to the next chapter, which not the same chapter, verse number 66. And indeed, for you in grazing livestock is a lesson. We give you drink from what is in their bodies between excretion and blood, pure milk to drinker. This is mentioned in the Al-Quran. What else that can you, what a reminder is given to us? And then completely a new chapter, Al-Hajj, verse 36. We have made animals subject to you that you may be grateful. Okay. So in fact, the surah chapter about An-Nahl is mentioned from verses of 5 to 15. It gives you, God have mentioned so many things about nature that's created for human, and you have to be grateful to it. Being grateful here means you have to take care of it. If this animal, you don't abuse it. So now we go to the next one. Allah has created everything in a balance. This is very important word. When you upset the balance, a lot of calamities will happen. You can see today, can hear today, a lot of things is out of balance. What is given to you was in balance, but you have upset it, and man is responsible to nurture as vicegerent. You are supposed to be teaching what should be done. Okay. There is a chapter number 15, verse 19 to 20. And the earth we have spread it and cast there in firmly set mountains and caused to grow therein something for very well balanced. Of course, the Quranic translation is a bit more difficult to read, but simply it means that it talks about the creation has been made for you in balance. And there is not a thing but that with us is disposory, and we do not send it down except according to a known measure. So we do not send anything for nothing. That's not, they don't throw any instruction for nothing. There's a reason for the instruction. There's a reason for why this chapter is written in the Al-Quran. Okay, we do balance. The next one, Surah chapter Ar-Rum, that number 41, which is chapter 30. You can, in the Quran, chapter 30, line 41, verse 41. The corruption has appeared throughout the land and sea of what hands of people have earned. So he may let them taste part of its consequences, what they have done, and perhaps they will return to be righteous, to return to the correct way. And then the important surah, Surah Ar-Rahman, which is chapter 55, line 8 to 10. Quran actually forbids human action which may lead to harm. Transgress not in the balance. You destroy things to make it an imbalance, and weigh with justice, and withhold not in the balance the earth. He set it down for all the beings. Beings, anything. We are human beings. Dogs also beings. Animals are beings. Plants are beings. They are all created the same. We are all creations of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Okay. Look at how Islam perspective on respect and kindness towards animal. Kindness to animal is required in Islamic teaching. The Quran and Hadith provide the guidelines for the way we slaughter animals for food, our daily interactions with them, and the roles of the animals. This must be made clear. According to Islam, all creations are in constant praise of Allah. All creations are in constant praise, but we do not know. We only, of course, in human being, you know, because you read and you put your hand up, you ask for dua, you ask for many things. There are plants, animals, we do the same thing, but you do not know. The seven heavens and the earth are, and all that is inside, glorify Him. Glorify means salute or tasbih, what you call it. These are, you glorify Allah, God the Creator. There is not a thing but glorify His praises. But you understand not their glorification. Truly, He is ever forbearing and forgiving. He is most forgiving and forbearing. He's very understandable and very forgiving, accepting what you have done and pardon you. So the verse implies that the earth and its contents are beings of sort, thus capable of feeling, although the human does not understand their prostration and glorification towards Allah. This is stated clearly. Okay, next one. Okay, animals are community. Okay, Islamic perspective on respect, kindness. Yeah, the animals are communities like us, as mentioned in Al-Quran, which is Al-Quran mentioned in this surah Al-An'am, which is surah number 6, chapter 6, verse 38. There is not a moving living creature on earth, nor a bird that flies with its two wings, but are communities like you. They are just like you. You have brain, they have brain, but you have akal, they don't have akal. That makes different to animals and human being, because human being is the best of ever creation given. Best of Allah creation is human. We have neglected nothing in the book, which is the Quran. Then undo their lot, they shall be gathered. Okay, you must return one day. You be gathered. You will return to them. they should not be treated. So it means that animals or plants or anything that's created by Allah should not be ill-treated as lifeless thing, but with respect and care. This is very important. If you remember this word alone, then you will farm correctly. You will do everything correctly. This be reminded. So now, a priority of welfare. Specifically on the word welfare, it was usual for the practice of companion or the prophet has many friends, to first offload their animals to give them comfort and relaxation before they perform the voluntary prayer. Because in Islam, there are many prayers. One is voluntary, one is you have to do, is a compulsory. In voluntary prayer, it's only short. So what happened here, in a hadith narrated by Anas, the Prophet have said that when we camp somewhere, we stop, we would not offer voluntary prayer until we have unsaddled our beasts. Because when you travel in a caravan, you have so many things on the camel. So you only stop for 10 minutes or 15 minutes for prayer. The Prophet asks you to unload everything so that give animal a rest. This is really a priority for welfare to the animal. Okay. Now look at a case of a woman was punished in hell because of a cat which she had confined until it died. He did not give food or water when it was confined, nor did she free it. Don't let it go freely to find its own food. Whatever she can find. Like cats will eat anything on when you play around. This is narrated by Al-Bukhari and Muslim, a very important hadith in Islam. Okay. This hadith clearly indicates the prohibition of neglect towards animal. As such, it is a penalty, a punishment in hell. Next. Now, prohibition of cruelty, examples of some cruelty messages sent by Allah so that we are careful with what we are doing. Hadith narrated by Ibn Umar, the Prophet, peace be upon him, cursed the one who did mutla. Mutla means you cut the limbs of some other parts of the body to the animal. Animals are alive, you still have to do the cutting. You cannot do it. Like in the abattoir, when you slaughter, it takes about, hang it up, let the blood come down. It takes about 8 to 10 minutes. It depends on the animals. Before animals really don't move, really dead, before you can start skinning it. So this is the indication. You cannot do the word, what we call it, mutla, an Arabic word. You cannot start cutting the parts of the animal while it's still having life. Hadith narrated by Abu Anas, another one, and As. This is like the picture here, a family of the equine family, equid family. Does not allow you to brand on the face because it's quite normal for you to do branding. Branding is to put a marking on the body. What number can be any logo, whatever you put an animal on the skin. Using normally in those days use hot iron. Hot iron and put a logo on the face. And they do not allow, specifically do not put it on the face. Because the face is a very sensitive part of the body. It's your pride, your face. Okay. So, and as with a brand on the face happened to pass by Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, thereupon he said, may Allah curse the one who has branded it on the face. You don't allow brand on the face. So these are reminders again of you to not be cruel to the animals. This is narrated by Imam Muslim. Now, another one, hadith. While I was with Ibn Umar, I was passed by a group of young men. He passed by a young man who had a chicken or hen and started shooting it with an arrow, perhaps. I think so, an arrow. There's another explanation by an arrow. When they saw them, when they saw Umar, the men all ran away. On that, Ibn Umar said, who has done this? Shooting the bird with an arrow. The Prophet ﷺ cursed the one who did it. So this is a cruelty to the animal. You are using the animal as an object where you have fun by trying to shoot with an arrow or whatever, stones, whatever. Today use gun, perhaps. So now, an act of kindness. This is a very an act of kindness to animal is held as high esteem. It's very well respected. This is a case where a hungry man meets a thirsty man meets a thirsty dog. Is narrated by Abu Hurairah. Okay. The Prophet said, a reward is given on connection with this living creature. In the narration by Bukhari, the Prophet is reported to have said, Allah forgive him in appreciation of this act and admitted him to paradise. So this man just give the animal water first. because she is also thirsty, but the dog's also thirsty, but he has given the dog the opportunity to drink first. So he goes to heaven, paradise. Okay. Now, what about another example of kindness? The word we call it ihsan. Yeah? Okay. Messenger of Allah said, Allah has prescribed kindness for everything. So when you kill, you must make it a killing, make the killing in the best of manner. When you slaughter, make your slaughter in the best manner. Let one of you sharpen his knife and give ease to the animal in order to reduce the pain. Of course, for the non-believers, they do not believe it. They say they have different version. This is something in science I've been arguing currently when talking about halal slaughter and halal production. Okay. Kindness is held in high esteem. The story of the camel. Allah's messenger happened to pass by a camel whose belly was sticking to its back due to hunger. Because the animal is not fed properly, the belly is very tight down. It got very small. It's touching to the back. That's what it means. Fear Allah in respect to this animal. Ride them while they are fit and slaughter them and eat the meat when they are fit. Yeah, it's also a reminder. You have to take care. This is what we see in our farming system where people are not feeding the animal properly at many expenses, which I'll try to indicate to you later on if I have the time. Okay, next one. Moderator, I still have time, moderator? 10 minutes?
Yes.
Yes.
10 minutes.
Yeah, good. Okay. Islam forbid cursing the animal. This is the level. You are forbidden from cursing the animal. We like to curse the animal. I did before. Until I read this. And to treat them with passion. We are supposed to treat animals with passion because they don't have akal, they only have brain, like you, but they don't have akal. So you must understand that. We were with Allah's messenger, which is the Prophet Muhammad, sallallahu alaihi wasallam, on a journey, and there was a woman riding a she camel, a female camel. She abused and invoked curse upon it. He must be yelling at the animal, abusive words. So Allah must just heard it and said, offload the camel and set it free because it had been cursed. This is the level of respect Allah had reminded us to give to animal, which is also a being, the animal being, from a human being to animal being. Okay. Okay. We talk about animal welfare. Animal welfare can simply means how well an animal is coping with the condition in which it lives, how well it can adapt. It's a simple way to describe. You don't have to go so scientific about it. In other words, it tells you how the animal cope with the physical and emotional state arising from human attitude and practices. How you found the place. So animal has to cope with your style, not you coping with the animal style, which is a bit different. Yeah, animal follow human or human follow animals. Yeah, this is the issue we are debating a lot today. Okay, animals have psychology too. They got feeling. Physiological well-being is very important because farm animals are sentient beings, meaning that they have feelings and emotion that can suffer physiological trauma. Yes, I learned from my own experience as a scientist. We put a needle on the animals, and the animal got broken and left inside. 3 years later, he would not allow you to get around the neck area where I put the needle before. He remembers it because it was a pain that you have caused, and you're coming back again to give the pain. Next. Okay, we have to talk about freedom. Animals have freedom. When you talk about animal welfare, you're talking about 5 freedom. What is it? Freedom from hunger and thirst, thermal and physical discomfort from temperature of the housing, with the air condition, what temperature we have. Animals are farmed in 0 degrees, below 0 degrees Celsius to 50, 60 degrees Celsius. Yeah, what would you do about it? Okay, you put them in the house, the roof is so low, so slow, it's so hot, the wind is not blowing, there's no ventilation. These are the issues. And pain, freedom from pain, injury, and disease. Number 4, undue anxiety. Anxiety, you get excited, you just frighten them, that's undue, not called for. It's not necessary to frighten the animal. People farm in a quiet place. Suddenly there's a train pass by, there's buses and everything. And there's a pesta, a fun fair going on, which is not right for the animal. Even to that level, be advised by experts and also by religion. And animals should be allowed to display most of the normal pattern of behavior as much as possible. Yeah, as much as possible. Okay.
Excuse me, Professor Zainal. 5 minutes left.
5 minutes left. Okay. Okay. What are the issues in animal welfare? We have rearing and management of dairy cows. We see a lot of issues. rearing of sow with pig. There's a lot of issue there. Housing of layers, chicken in different cages, and restriction of feed. These are common things happen in the farm. It can happen in pork and poultry, dairy cattle, but very often in the dairy cattle. Next one. Okay, we look at dairy farming. Dairy farming, example, just an example. Yeah, there are many animals. I cannot mention all today. It take a whole course to teach you, one semester. But here we just try to put 30 minutes. Number one problem is acidosis. Acidosis is very condition where the stomach becomes very acidic. And a lot of problem. This is very common problem, yeah. A lot because you're feeding them a lot to get more milk. Feed, yeah. Then they develop a lot of acidity in the stomach, and that can even kill it. And we have a problem called milk fever, where too much milk is coming out from the animals. They produce 30 liters, 30 kilos of milk a day. Okay, that's due to nutritional management. You did not manage, and lameness, ketimpangan, lameness, because of poor flooring, poor housing, poor nutrition, infertility, kemandulan, number 4, because you repeatedly try to use AI, whatever it is system, and you force the animal to calve every short period of time, no period of rest between two giving birth, and then very little housing, poor nutrition, and excess production of milk. And number 5 is mastitis, poor milking procedures. These are the 5 very common welfare issues seen in dairy farming intensively. Okay, of course, the other one, acidosis, we're not going to go into detail about it. This is why I say go to the next one. Okay, this one, important one is milk fever, where animal loss of calcium from the body. Calcium is lost from the body through the milk. 30 liters a day, 20 liters a day, every day for 305 days. Yeah, average 20 liters. So they have lost a lot of calcium, and animal will not be able to get up. Yeah, what happened? They lost a lot of calcium. Cows usually die without urgent treatment. Poor management of nutrition, they do not know how to feed. Animals are producing a lot of milk, but calcium is not much there. And calcium, when you lose a lot of calcium, you have a lot of nervous problem. Like these 2 pictures of the animal, they're down. They need to be treated. You're not supported 1 day, 2 days, they're gone. You're finished. Okay. This is a case of lameness. Last 2 slides. Lameness is ketimpangan, very, very common. In this particular picture on the right is an animal that has been chained for 5 years. For 5 years, they register themselves as a dairy animal. So when they are registered, they are there to be farmed. They be chained. They don't move. Conserve energy as much. They develop a lot of problems on the leg, which are circle. This can be seen in many, many animals in the same area. They sit only one place. Maybe move to the left, move to the right for the next 5 to 6 years. Yeah. So we have the animals not allowed to sit properly. The next one, underfeeding. And underfeeding. Underfeeding is very common. People do not give enough food. In most cases in Asia, animal gets only 60 to 70% of its feed, what is required today. You can see if you look at the animal, the picture on the right, the top, you still can see the triangle at the side, they're very depressed inside. It shows that animals are not eating much. It's easy. And of course, the best sign to show animal not eating much is that you can see thinness, bony, a lot of bones on the animals. Okay. Okay, maybe the last part here is talking about transportation. That's where you can see a lot of abuses. People send animals to all over the world, within the farm, between the abattoir, farm to abattoirs, from Malaysia, from Thailand, Malaysia, from Japan to Malaysia, from Australia to everywhere. They can see animals transported through many means. The common issue will be rough handling, hoarding too many animals. How animals get transported when in very tight places and not humanely treated, proper welfare. Okay. Our responsibility to treat the animal properly, you must have some knowledge. The farmer should have some knowledge. We're able to sustain the production, to make sure that the farm environment that the area that you farm must be properly acceptable to the animal, also by the environment. Okay. So I think what I have to say here is that, yes. In conclusion, from the Islamic standpoints of view, animal cruelty, welfare, and rights and conservation are very comprehensible, very well written. Yeah? Islam recognizes the importance of moral values and behavior of man, not only towards the other human being, but to all of his creations. Yeah, farming of animal is a big responsibility, not from profitability alone. The influence of consumerism is rightly telling producers to farm with the correct moral values. Islam believes that when men understand and apply the concept of moral behavior based on the Islamic principle as part of their lifestyle, there will no longer be issues of animal cruelty, neglect, and abuse of animal rights and conservation. Mr. Moderator, University, thank you very much for inviting me to speak. I'm happy that I presented this 30 minutes in a rush way. Inshallah, maybe I will not be able to share the question time. I have to go for another appointment. Yeah. Yes, you can communicate. I got some emails there. I'm free to accept.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum.
Thank you. Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Professor Zainal. If you have any appointment, how about if we open the discussion directly, Professor?
Yeah, I'm happy. This topic can be very long.
One or two questions, maybe one or two questions.
Okay, please.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Zainal. It's very interesting. It's about the morality. I think this his long-term experience about the animal production. This is not only the production, but also the moral message. Okay, maybe in the audience, because Professor Zainal have another appointment, maybe he also have little bit time to discussion. Maybe any question from the audience? Please raise your hand or not in the chat. Maybe. Hello, raise your hand. The audience, maybe any question? I cannot see all of the audience. Okay, there is no raise hand.
Or them.
Okay. Hello, the audience. Maybe any question? Oh, Pak Ahmad Sabik. Okay, Pak Ahmad Sabik. So one question, Professor Zainal from Dr. Ahmad Sabik. Yeah, please, thank for you, Prof. Ahmad Sabik.
Thank you, Prof. Zainal. Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam.
I think it's very interesting presentation today, and I would like to give you one question about how to make ensure that the factory farm are not cruel to the animal, because from the consumer's perspective, actually they don't care about whether the factory farms are cruel or not, but they care much about the price of the meat. That's my question. Thank you.
I think that's a big issue. But you must remember today, people, you are talking about generation, you're not talking about today, you're talking about 20 years, 30 years in time, things will be changing. The consumers has a strong pressure on producers. In England, for example, the farming system has changed because they listen to consumers. The consumer will determine the market volume. They want to make sure assurance. I told you a story about a farmer. They mentioned on the labeling, they get assurance that my product is good, safe, and the sales are very good. Because the consumer getting learned. The young people do not want to see cruelty. These are the modern society, but things are changing. The world has no border. People are learning from each other. So I think it's our responsibility that we will try to get as much of the Islamic value into it. The welfare here, talking about giving good welfare, actually giving good productivity. People are sometimes willing to pay. little bit more for the safety of the for the product system. Is a bit of education, a bit of authority of the place, authority to advise people to farm in the correct way. Yeah, but poultry may be more difficult where food is more important, but people are changing because changing into range farming for example, they pay more. People are willing to pay because they know it's wrong to do it. And these things are changing globally. Yeah. Very soon, if Indonesia want to export to another country, for example, the country will say now, how do you farm? Can you give assurance? So the consumers are telling you to change. Not you want to change, but you have to change. And this is taking slowly. This is going for 20 years, 30 years. Now I can see the differences. People are changing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Pak Ahmad Sabik and also Professor Zainal Aznam. It's very interesting. Okay, maybe one question more. Okay, if any. If any, is no? Okay. Okay, thank you very much, Professor Zainal. And I think we should give him applause, yeah. Okay, please, the audience, click the reaction tool in the, what is in the corner, yeah? In the corner, bottom, there is a reaction tool. Okay, please give the applause for him. Okay. Thank you very much, Professor Zainal, for your sharing of knowledge today. And this is very interesting. Okay. Okay. And good luck for you. And hopefully meet to see you again. Yeah. We can see you again. Okay. Thank you very much, Prof. Zainal. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen. Okay. We move to the next presenter. Yeah. The second presenter is Dr. Suroso from Jenderal University. Dr. Suroso, have you still with us?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I'm ready.
Okay, I will read your profile first. Name Dr. Ing Suroso, the affiliation in Jenderal Sudirman University, and position recently he is the lecturer and also head of Merdeka Belajar Kampus Merdeka Committee. Yeah? And the study, he already graduated from UGM, Gajah Mada University, Yogyakarta in Bachelor, and also Master and Doctoral Program, graduated from Stuttgart University, Germany. So he lists many publications and international collaboration already performed by him. And in this session, he will share his work entitled Estimation of Meteorological Drought using Standardized Precipitation Index, yeah, considering climate change. Okay, Dr. Suroso, I have your punctual for these 30 minutes for sharing your work, and I recommend you when 5 minutes left. So please, time for you, Dr. Suroso.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. Dr. Afik Hardianto for the time. It is an honor and a privilege for me to be invited in this international conference on multidisciplinary approach for rural sustainable development 2022. I'm Suroso. I'm from Department of Civil Engineering, Jenderal Sudirman University, Indonesia. I would like to give a presentation on our research project entitled Estimation of Meteorological Drought using a Standardized Precipitation Index considering climate change. Let me share my screen. I think I cannot share my screen, Afik.
Okay, you will share with yourself, or you need any help from
No,
us?
I cannot share my screen.
Okay.
Maybe
Okay.
Technical problem in Zoom, I think.
I will ask the host. Okay, from the host, I don't know, say first. Okay. Host. Okay, please. Oh, you already host, Dr. Suroso.
Okay. Yes, thank you.
Okay.
So, this is a part of our research collaboration project with Anissa Nur Fadila Wira Deviana. She is my student in my department. and also Dr. Ardiansah. He is from the Department of Agricultural Engineering, Unsud, Purwokerto, and also with Professor Edwin Adrian. He is working on the National Research and Innovation Agency, BRIN, Badan Riset and Inovasi Nasional Indonesia. So this is the overview of what came to present today. First, I will give some background and motivation why this topic might be interesting and why I choose to do this study. After that, I will talk about the purpose of our study. And then material and method of the study will be presented, including study location, description of study location, and data, its type, spatial and temporal resolution and coverage, and also method of calculation during this study. Afterward, I will go over of some empirical finding, such as change of rainfall attributes and development and evaluation of rainfall simulation model, and also what is impact of drought of climate change or rainfall change on meteorological drought. And at the end of my talk, I will conclude my research finding. So my background is that drought is a natural phenomena that occur caused by a high rainfall deficit. This drought can direct impact on agricultural sector, and the financial loss due to drought in agriculture is estimated around 3 trillion per year. In addition to having drought, a direct impact on decreasing food productivity, drought can also cause indirect environmental impact, such as a forest fire, with a potential financial loss more than 70 trillion per year, recorded in 2019. Drought disaster in several parts in Indonesia can be more intense and longer due to climate change. Climate change in a rainfall pattern is a significant factor that affect the increase of drought risks. So therefore, assessment of rainfall changes is required for drought mitigation strategy in the future for better adaptation. Scenario has been widely used for measuring climate change in a variety of applications. However, scenario usually derived by a global climate model has several drawbacks, such as the first drawback is the spatial resolution of climate variable is very low resolution. For example, one of global climate model outputs has resolution 200 kilometer until 650 kilometer. So in that number, it is quite difficult to use this output to real practical application. For example, for reservoir operation, irrigation operation, and other real application. Even though this approach has been followed by downscale method to how to downscale large-scale GGM to the smaller scale in the ground, but in fact, a global circulation model that have been broadly used in the application is still not suitable to the real application. So in this case, we propose a novelty approach how to estimate rainfall change independent with the projection of climate change in the future, because climate change derived by global climate model that is very popular at the moment, basically derived by a lot of assumptions. For example, there is increase of emission gas 4.5, for example, 4.5 watts per meter square. So this is an assumption that every year there is an increase of energy 2.5 watts per meter square. Also another scenario, for example, 8 watt per meter square, and so on. There are several assumptions and scenario in the global climate model. So instead of using global climate model, we use scenario neutral. So our purpose in this research is to develop a model of a meteorological drought hazard using a standardized precipitation index or SPI with considering climate change. So now I would like to talk about the data and study location in this study. So data used in this study, first is a historical drought hazard. I collected historical drought hazard from BNPB from 2003 until 2019. And the second data, I collected global daily precipitation with spatial resolution of 0.5 degree square collected from 1979 to 2090. We have 14 grids over study location, that is Cimanuk Cisanggarung. So Cimanuk Cisanggarung watershed has 7,000, more than 7,000 kilometers square, located mainly in West Java. Small part are also located in western part of Central Java. So now let's move to the method. First step, we need to calculate trend analysis using Mann-Kendall. So Mann-Kendall trend analysis is very popular and very simple. We just assumption that the null hypothesis is there is no trend in this case. So then we evaluate and we examine whether the series data that we want to test it is really changing or not using this monotonic trend evaluation. With the certain significant level, for example, we use 1% significant level, then we can evaluate within the series of data. For example, rainfall series data is really showing behavior downward trend or upward trend. After that, we need to specify the perturbed attribute or disrupted attribute of rainfall values using sense slope. So we define 13 attribute of rainfall values, that is annual total rainfall for 12 months, and then annual total rainfall in January, February, and so on until December. The third step is a generation of scenario. So we adopt inverse approach introduced by Guo et al. 2018. This is one of our collaboration research as well. He is from University of Adelaide, Australia. So this approach is relatively new in hydrology and water resource community. So first step, we need to calculate minimum and maximum boundary of attribute rainfall for sampling purpose using sense slope method. After that, we do some sampling from attribute of rainfall that from interval minimum and maximum limits. And then number 3, we develop a stochastic simulation of a daily rainfall derived from the perturbed attribute. This step we do repeatedly for 130 simulation to have a sufficient simulation data. And the next step, we evaluate our model, whether our model perform quite well or not. So we just calculate new attribute of rainfall based on simulated daily rainfall, and then we compare with the observed rainfall. So last step, we just doing a simple calculation using a gamma distribution to estimate drought index, meteorological drought index. So in this case, we just use a meteorological drought index, not hydrology or agricultural index. In fact, this research is still going on, and maybe also is going on in the couple years to measure, to assess climate change and its impact on meteorological drought, hydrological drought, and agricultural drought. Okay, so and this is the first result in our project, that it is very clearly that very low intensity rainfall, low 100 millimeter per month, concentrated in the month of June, July, August, and September. So this is 14 panel in this figure. So this is first panel repression to the grid of grid point of rainfall observation, and grid 7 and so on until grid 51. So we have 14 grids that I talked previously in the data. So vertical axis describe rainfall value in millimeter per month. So in general, there is a systematic pattern that yes, what we expect previously, that in the month of June, July, August, in mid of year is a dry season. So this is just agree with the previous result. And then we try to calculate a box plot of monthly rainfall with the given months, January, February, until December. So roughly we can see that in the wet months, January, February, and also, for example, December, November, the degree of uncertainty is quite high. If we compare to the dry season, dry months, June, July, August, there's indication that wet months is very sensitive to the climate change compared to dry months. And then we try to test it with the simulation. And from Mankendal trend analysis, we also get quite interesting result that in the early months, the total rainfall, accumulation rainfall, tend to increase. Yeah, for example, if we look at in the grid 6, monthly rainfall in January has a gradient, positive gradient, around 2 millimeter per year. So there is an increase 2 millimeter per year in the month of January for the grid 6. And this is result is similar behavior to other grids, for example, grid 7, grid 15, and so on. But in the dry months, it has potential to decrease because there is a negative sign as gradient of monthly rainfall.
Sorry, Dr. Surat,
Yeah.
That's for
Yes.
reminding. Just 5 minutes left.
Okay, thank you. So then this is the core of our research: how to generate daily rainfall by considering changing in attribute rainfall, either positive or negative. So this is basically is monthly rainfall. So we just sampling from that interval from minimum from lower limits to upper limit randomly or stochastically. From that sample of attribute, we try to generate daily rainfall instead of keeping or maintain a character of data. We just let attributes relax. So this is quite different from the classical approach. So this is a performance of our model that the the attribute from simulation, if we compare with the target attribute, has a relatively small bias, less than 10%. For example, we simulated 1.2 bigger than the data. There is a change 1.2%, for example. Then the simulated can be different from 1.2, for example. Okay, and then this is a summary of our model. Basically, our model can perform quite well. The success rates in grade 6, for example, and grade 7 more than 90%. Okay, and this is the last slide. Might be I ask extra time to moderator that. From the climate change assessment for grade 6 and grade 7, there is an interesting result. So I try to explain the procedure. There are 130 simulations of daily rainfall generated by scenario neutral. Then the daily data aggregated to monthly time scale. And then we classify it into 12 months because we agree seasonal behavior. And then we do a kind of box plot for every month and compare with the mean value of observed monthly rainfall. So the finding is for wet months, for example, December, January, and February have higher sensitivity with the rainfall change. For example, you see here, January, both of grades 6 and 7, there are a lot of outlier here. That this indication that wet months, January, February, and March, have a higher degree of sensitivity with the climate change. So it means that there is possibility drought event can be occur in wet months. If we compare to the duration, it is not possible that flood event or higher rainfall is can occur in dry season. So to conclude, my result finding that synthetic daily rainfall can be generated under the climate change scenario. It can be implemented not only for drought monitoring, but also for many applications. For example, if you want to do some kind of stress testing for reservoirs or irrigation system or other water resource and management application. And the second point is our model with higher success rate in terms of attribute of rainfall, observation, and simulation is quite similar. And monthly rainfall in the beginning of the year, January month, will tend to increase, while monthly rainfall in the mid-year, August and October, will decrease. In wet months, especially in December, January, February, have higher degree of sensitivity in the rainfall change in the future. This is different with 3 months, June, July, and August, where they have less sensitivity with the climate change. Okay, thank you for your attention. I give it forum to Dr. Afi Hardianto. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Suroso, for the interesting find. This is very interesting finding, and also fun method and also result, I think. And this is very nice. Okay, I see from the picture there are many what's audience. I think it's very creative with the results. For example, this is Professor Wahyu, yeah. Oh, there is also Dr. Diaruri, yeah, from FPIK, yeah. Okay, first we have discussion forum, yeah. And from the audience, please, if you don't want to ask directly, you can text in the chat. What is in the chat, yeah? Okay, first, Diaruri, yeah. Okay, please, for you.
Right, thank you very much for the opportunity. Good morning, everyone. And Dr. Surosa, I think it's very interesting topic that you've presented today. And I would like to ask related to that the research area that you did and to collect the data is in Cimanuk, if I'm not mistaken, right? And would it be different? I mean, Cimanuk itself, is it a model location, or can your data be applied in other research area, for example, in the north coast of Java, or and also how the other researcher can use your data, especially is there any IoT application that have been applied from the result of your research? Yeah, I suppose that will be all. Thank you very much, Dr. Afi.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Diaruri. So please, Dr.
Yes.
Or we can make 2 questions, or directly you answer the question.
Up to Dr. Afi.
Okay,
I will follow.
Okay, one question.
Your instruction.
One question again, yeah. One question again. Okay, Dr. Endang Hilmi, please.
Thank you very much, Dr. Rafiq, my best friend. As Dr. Suroso, I very interested for your result of your research. I have 2 questions. The first, maybe I hope you entering the phenomena of La Nina and El Nino in this year program. Maybe you describe why the condition of your research if you entering phenomena of La Nina and El Nina. The second question, I have you give me information impact of your prediction of your research in environment, in agriculture, in forestry, and other activity in Indonesia. Itu aja. Thank you very much, Dr. Rafiq and Dr. Suroso.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Endang. Okay, please, Dr. Suroso, time for you to answer the question.
Okay, so the first question is from Miss Tia Ruri from FPIK. So whether our model can be implemented to other many areas? Yes, of course. Our model has been tested in this Cimanuk Cisanggar watershed, but it can also be applied or implemented in many area, and not only in the region but also in the topic area. For example, if you want to test a system, we want to stress test in a system, for example, agriculture area, irrigation, flood control, and so on. We can simulate using scenario neutral to know that whether the system is showing good resilience or not with the change of climate variable in the future. I think that's point, yeah. I think, and then the second question is from Dr. Endang. Yes, of course I consider La Nina and El Nino implicitly in the data because I use original data, a complete daily data from 1979 to 2090. There is a lot of climatic phenomena such as La Nina and El Nino that exists in there. So we just use the number data, but number is reflected from the phenomena. So indirectly we take into account La Nina and El Nino. But quite interesting as well, the question if we discuss for the specific time when the La Nina or El Nino happen here. Whether there is a strong correlation between El Nino and our model, for example, if we detect a drought event and then we just compare with the La Nina and El Nino. And the second one, impact on Afik, can you talk again?
Impact of rainfall for environmental, agriculture.
Oh yes.
Okay.
Yes. This is okay. Thank you, Dr. Endang. So yeah, actually, from my finding that wet season actually very sensitive from the change of climate, change of rainfall in this case. Yeah, we can also incorporation of other variable, for example, temperature, evaporation, and so on. But in this case, we just use rainfall, and our preliminary research present that wet season, January, February, March, is very sensitive. I mean, for mitigation strategy, it's quite useful to see that wet season can also be can also have a drought hazard, and we also understand that, for example, for dry season has a dry season, it can be longer and overlap with the wet season, and this is an extreme condition, extreme value, even though the expected values of monthly rainfall in the wet season, of course, is very high, okay, millimeter per month. But in extreme value, usually if for mitigation strategy, we much more interested in tail condition with a low tail or high tail. Yeah, for high tail, for example, floods, and low tail is drought. So there is a possibility the wet season can also have a dry season. Okay, that's all.
Impact on the forestry, agriculture, and something like that, maybe, Dr. Suroso. And we know in maybe last 3 years, I think there is no dry season in, especially in Indonesia, because of the years, this is also wet season, rainy every day.
Yeah,
almost rainy every day.
Yeah.
Almost rainy.
Yeah, it can be because we use data from 1979 to 2019. Yeah, and also we don't know in the future. Yeah, we don't know in the future. We just look at in the future based on historical events, right?
So this is mean that your model cannot be, I mean, forecast to the future or like that?
And at this moment, we use this model for stress testing.
Okay.
So we want to evaluate whether our system for example, reservoir or irrigation system, it is resilient to the change or not. And then it is quite useful if to do some mitigation strategy, not only structural effort, but also non-structural effort, for example. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Suroso.
Yeah.
Thanks to Dr. Endang and also Tiaruri for the discussion. And also, this is very interesting. And hopefully, in the future, we can also discuss about this.
Okay.
Also. Okay. Finally, we also, reached to 10 EM, and so move to the other section, I think. And before we close the session, I think I will remind you to make like present for this session, because this is also for the certificate of this conference. So please look in the chat room. You can see for the present for you. Okay, finally, thank you very much for Dr. Suroso and also Prof.
Thank you.
Prof. Zainal already left. Also for your knowledge sharing today and joining with us. And I hope to see you again, Dr. Suroso. Please, we give all of them applause again. Yeah. Please, reaction of applause in the of your Zoom platform. Okay. Okay. I think.
Thank you very much.
Okay. And also for the audience, thank you very much for being a wonderful participant during this session, and hopefully see you again real soon. Thank you very much. And I'm sorry if any encounter during this first plenary session. Yeah. Enjoy this conference till the end. Okay. I give back the time to the Master of Ceremony. Thank you very much. Please. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you so much, Dr. Afid, and our two great speakers, Professor Zainal and Bapak Suroso. Well, before proceeding to the next agenda, I would like to, give a slight comment on these two presentations. Mbak Nadia, since we both are from social sciences, do you learn something from these two presentations?
Yes, of course, Bu Indri, because these two presentations are very interesting. I mean, for example, the first presentation by Professor Zainal, he delivered a presentation related to Islamic perspectives on how to manage livestock and how we cannot do to the animals, and also we have to treat them not cruelly and something. And of course, we need to pay attention to their needs too. And we can say that we do not only treat them as like humanism, but also maybe animalism, probably.
Oh, yeah. I also noted down two things from Professor Zainal. First is about animals have freedoms. I just found out from this presentation, and this is also happening in Indonesia when farm animals are transported in bad ways, and it's really unfortunate. So really. Hopefully after this presentation, the condition will be better.
Amen.
And from Bapak Suroso's presentation, what came to my mind is what is it? A rain engineer?
A rain engineer?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Since I think, what is it? The presentation, the table, and also the data, even though it's not a precise prediction, but we can learn from the presentation that now the climate is really changing, right?
Yeah, and hopefully, even though right now it's still, like development of this forecast. You can say that. Hopefully, in the future, that they can compete with the, like the rain shaman or anything. You can say that. So not only with the whispers and spells, but also scientific approach, probably.
Right.
Yeah.
That's interesting. All right, thank you again, Bapak Dr. Afik as the moderator, and also the two great presenters for sharing the knowledge to us, Professor Zainal and Bapak Suroso. And as a token of appreciation, the committee would like to deliver certificates on screen. Yes, ladies and gentlemen and all participants, before going to the second plenary session, we will resume for 15 minutes and please go back again on screen at 10:15.
Di BSI Mobile, niat baik jadi mudah.
Nah, niat beliin bapak kuota.
Beli paket data, bayar kuliah, top up, sampai kurban juga bisa.
Mantap jiwa. Di BSI Mobile bisa infak?
Bisa.
Cool.
Scan QR juga bisa. Tuh, sampai nge-zoom out. Keren kan?
Terus apa lagi? Transfer? Kan lah.
Ken, habis transfer diingetin infak.
Debak.
Kalau niat bantu sesama, pakai fitur berbagi lah.
Niat siapin budget nikah nih.
Nabung emas aja kakak. Nguntungin loh kalau pas butuh, langsung gadai aja.
Kalau niat nyenengin teman,
Traktir lah.
asik.
Asik ya.
Kalau niat bahagiain mak,
Berangkatin haji atau umroh dong. Soleh.
Niat nyenengin camat?
Ya bayarin lah belanja e-commerce-nya. Ya auto di saya.
kalau niat
Nah tuh
Masya
diingetin niat
Allah.
baiknya kan.
Banyak banget ya kebaikannya. Cara joinnya?
Cuma selfie, rekening jadi. Punya niat baik, download BSI Mobile buat dapetin kebaikan dalam genggaman. Bank Syariah.
Bank Syariah Indonesia. Indonesia sejak dulu kaya akan nilai-nilai yang luhur dan mulia. Kerjasama adalah salah satunya. Sebuah prinsip dalam bekerja demi meraih hasil yang bisa dinikmati bersama. Di dalamnya terkandung nilai-nilai kesetaraan, kejujuran, saling menghargai, dan percaya untuk maju bersama. Untuk itulah, kami hadir membawa nilai-nilai yang sama. Sinergikan 3 bank syariah besar dan bertransformasi menjadi bank syariah yang inovatif, modern, dan memiliki visi global, bekerja sama dengan seluruh umat demi meraih berkah bagi seluruh alam semesta. Karena kami percaya, inilah nilai-nilai Indonesia demi memajukan ekonomi umat. Bank Syariah Indonesia.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Industri keuangan syariah adalah raksasa yang sedang tidur. Saat ini, pemerintah memiliki concern besar untuk membangkitkan raksasa ini. Salah satunya dengan membangun satu bank syariah terbesar di Indonesia. Sederhananya, semua aset bank syariah milik negara akan dilebur menjadi satu untuk melahirkan bank syariah raksasa. Total 3 aset bank syariah BUMN yaitu BRI Syariah, Bank Syariah Mandiri, dan BNI Syariah sampai semester pertama 2020 adalah 214 triliun rupiah. Sebuah angka yang besar.
Sistem bagi hasil dan jual beli berkeadilan yang menjadi prinsip perbankan syariah masa kini sudah ada sejak perdagangan awal di Indonesia, bahkan di zaman jalur sutra. Sejarahnya dapat kita lacak di sejumlah dokumen dan praktik-praktik masyarakat. Prinsip ini sudah ada sejak awal perkembangan Islam. Institusi perbankan syariah muncul pertama di Timur Tengah, yang kemudian meluas hingga tiba di Indonesia. Semangat bersyariah di masyarakat muncul dengan hadirnya perbankan syariah. Berbagai produk layanan perbankan seperti solusi pembiayaan, pendanaan, hingga beragam transaksi dengan akad syariah sebagai dasar penerapannya. Zaman berganti dan teknologi maju sedemikian pesat. Dunia digital menuntut perubahan yang cepat. Bank syariah yang modern tak lagi hanya mengandalkan loyalitas dan eksklusivitas umat. Pelayanan profesional yang inklusif serta inovasi produk dan fitur harus menjadi keunggulan kompetitif dalam meraih laba tanpa melupakan zakat korporasinya. Untuk itulah kami hadir hasil sinergi dari 3 bank syariah besar dan bertransformasi menjadi bank syariah yang modern untuk memenuhi berbagai kebutuhan dan seluruh lapisan masyarakat yang beragam, serta memiliki visi global. Semuanya demi memajukan ekonomi seluruh umat dan meraih berkah bagi seluruh alam semesta. Karena Bank Syariah Indonesia percaya inilah nilai-nilai Indonesia demi memajukan ekonomi umat. Bank Syariah Indonesia.
Sebuah mimpi tidak akan terwujud dengan begitu saja. Butuh kecerdasan, upaya, dan keberanian untuk menggapainya. Kekayaan alam yang melimpah serta keragaman budaya di Indonesia menantang kita untuk dapat memanfaatkan, menjaga, sekaligus melestarikannya. Untuk itulah, Universitas Jenderal Sudirman hadir dengan memberikan lebih dari sekedar pendidikan, tetapi juga sebagai wadah untuk pengembangan sivitas akademika agar mampu menaklukkan tantangan dalam kehidupan. Terletak di kota Purwokerto, Universitas Jenderal Sudirman menjadi tempat yang aman dan nyaman untuk belajar. Aksesnya yang mudah membuat UNSUD menjadi tujuan pemuda dari berbagai penjuru dunia untuk meraih cita-cita. Keindahan bumi pertiwi menjadi anugerah yang menciptakan energi positif untuk pengembangan diri. Universitas Jenderal Sudirman memiliki komitmen menyelenggarakan pembelajaran berkualitas untuk menghasilkan lulusan yang berkarakter dan berdaya saing tinggi. Pendidikan, penelitian, dan pengabdian kepada masyarakat dilakukan dengan semangat untuk mewujudkan visi diakui dunia sebagai pusat pengembangan sumber daya perdesaan dan kearifan lokal. Kami percaya visi tersebut dapat diraih dengan kemitraan antara UNSUD dengan lembaga-lembaga yang memiliki harapan yang sama untuk menciptakan masa depan yang lebih baik. Didukung dengan sistem digital yang sudah terintegrasi, Universitas Jenderal Sudirman mampu memberikan pelayanan yang ramah dan cepat bagi seluruh sivitas akademika. Dengan sarana dan prasarana yang berkualitas, serta tenaga pendidik dan kependidikan yang kompeten, kami bersinergi membangun reputasi guna mengembangkan penelitian dan inovasi unggul untuk pengembangan ilmu dan peningkatan daya saing bangsa. Berjuang untuk menciptakan pribadi-pribadi tangguh, pemimpin masa depan. Karena kami sadar, semua orang memiliki hak yang sama, apapun latar belakangnya, untuk membangun negeri tercinta. Dan inilah kami, Universitas Jenderal Sudirman.
Di PSI Mobile, niat baik jadi mudah.
Nah, niat beliin bapak kuota.
Beli paket data, bayar kuliah, top up, sampai kurban juga bisa.
Mantap jiwa.
Di BSI Mobile bisa infak.
Bisa.
Cool.
Scan QR juga bisa. Tuh, sampai nge-zoom out. Keren kan?
Terus apa lagi? Transfer? Kan lah.
Ken, habis transfer diingetin infak.
Debak.
Kalau niat bantu sesama, pakai fitur berbagi lah.
Niat siapin budget nikah nih.
Nabung emas aja kakak. Nguntungin loh kalau pas butuh, langsung gadai aja.
Kalau niat nyenengin teman,
traktir lah.
Asik.
Asik ya.
Kalau niat bahagiain mak,
berangkatin haji atau umroh dong. Anak soleh.
Niat nyenengin camat?
Ya bayarin lah belanja e-commerce-nya. Ya auto di saya.
kalau niat
Nah tuh diingetin niat baiknya kan.
Banyak banget ya kebaikannya. Cara joinnya?
Cuma selfie, rekening jadi. Punya niat baik, download BSI Mobile buat dapetin kebaikan dalam genggaman. Bank Syariah.
Bank Syariah Indonesia. Indonesia sejak dulu kaya akan nilai-nilai yang luhur dan mulia. Kerjasama adalah salah satunya. Sebuah prinsip dalam bekerja demi meraih hasil yang bisa dinikmati bersama. Di dalamnya terkandung nilai-nilai kesetaraan, kejujuran, saling menghargai, dan percaya untuk maju bersama. Untuk itulah, kami hadir membawa nilai-nilai yang sama. Sinergikan 3 bank syariah besar dan bertransformasi menjadi bank syariah yang inovatif, modern, dan memiliki visi global, bekerja sama dengan seluruh umat demi meraih berkah bagi seluruh alam semesta. Karena kami percaya, inilah nilai-nilai Indonesia demi memajukan ekonomi umat. Bank Syariah Indonesia.
They will deliver the keynote speech in this session, and it will be moderated by Ibu Probo Hardini, PhD. Ibu Probo is a lecturer at Department of Civil Engineering, Universitas Jenderal Sudirman. Her field of expertise includes transport and mobility, transport management, urban and regional planning. Now, without further ado, please welcome Professor Zhang Jing, Professor Tao Liu, and our moderator, Ibu Probo Hardini, PhD.
In this nation, and it's my pleasure to welcome you here in the 5th International Conference on Multidisciplinary Approaches for Sustainable Rural Development, or ICMA-SURE 2022. As it's stated in the agenda, we have 2 great speakers in this session, and we will have time to listen to their thoughts. Format of the session is speaker will give their presentation and continue with an opportunity for all of you to ask some questions. The first speaker will present her research for about 25 minutes and continuing with 10 minutes of discussion, whilst the second speaker will give his thought for about 30 minutes and carry on with the Q&A for about 15 minutes. Our first speaker in this session is a professor who has expertise in chemical oceanography, environmental geochemistry, and water pollution assessment from University of Toyama, Japan. Numbers of fascinating professional experience have done. Some of them are material transport and interaction between the marginal seas and the North Pacific using multi-chemical tracers, geochemistry and of submarine groundwater discharge and shallow hydrothermal system and its impact on the coastal marine environment, food web analysis in coastal and terrestrial areas and material supply from land to ocean by carbon and nitrogen stable isotopes, oceanic circulation and variation related to global climate changes, water structure, the abyssal circulation and fluctuation of marginal seas, the origins and long-term transportation of anthropogenic material and its impact on the marginal seas and North Pacific ecosystem, and the monitoring of formation mechanism of chemical synthesis communities such as bacterial mass and methane fluxes in ships. Everyone, I'd like to welcome Professor Zhang Jing, Professor at Faculty of Science, Academic Assembly, University of Toyama, Japan, who will share her thoughts entitled Impact of Climate Changes on Water and Nutrient Transport into the Coastal Area and its Suiting Adaptation. Please welcome Professor Zhang Jing.
Okay. Good morning. This is Jin Zhang from University of Toyama. Do you hear my voice okay? Hello?
Yes.
Yes, we are here.
Okay,
Yes,
okay. Thank you. First of all, I would like to thank the organizing committee for hosting this meeting, and also thank you, Roy, Leah, and Lias, my former student, invite me to come this meeting, and also the Dr. Promo Hardini, and introduced me and also chairing my talk. And I think I have 25 minutes and I give one topic.
Excuse me, Professor. I think it's that it's not quite good signal, or it's only on my.
The signal is not good. Sorry.
Earphone.
Let me.
it's good in my computer.
Let me see. Okay, maybe depends the connection. All right.
Yeah, from my place.
So how okay? So how about now?
Okay, Professor.
Okay. I just go ahead. Sorry. Sometimes happened. Let me see. Let me start to share again. What's happened here? So I started to share screen again, and how about on my slide? Everything looking okay?
Yes, that's okay.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. All right, so back to my talk. The contents inside about this over here. First of all, I'd like to introduce water nutrient transport from land to the coastal ocean. Then impact of a current global warming anthropogenic influence, and especially on the hydrological cycles. And I will give one case study in Japan. And finally, I will give the research policy commendation for the conservation of rich, healthy lands and oceans. This one is just a normal picture, land to ocean, and you look at it just in the three big reservoir, and the water is like a conveyor belt, and not only transport the water and also transport the nutrients, carbon, and other materials. And if you look at the carbon case, here big picture shows the carbon. And if you count the budget, actually the uptake by both from land and from the ocean is equally. If you look at focusing on the coastal area, the area percentage is pretty small. Just here is very much close to the coast. It's 0.8%, but it's actually updated the CO2 absorption about 40%. So that means this kind of a coastal area is very important for the primary production and leads to increased uptake of CO2. So today, as archiving carbon neutrality and sustainable developing should be very important area to do the hotspot to learn and study the coastal area science. And for the water flow from the land to the ocean is actually two parts. One is by river. Another one we see that's like a submarine groundwater discharge. This study show the global case studies for discharge dissolved carbon input via submarine groundwater discharge. And you can realize both DIC and DOC, and it is very important near the coast. And if you look at this one, shows the global fluxes of riverine carbon, and it's clearly from the 30 to 60 north degree in latitude. Actually, this most biggest one in the global. If you look at the number, it is about 30 to 40% comparing to global budget. So now, as this just like to emphasize the importance to understand dynamics of a river and submarine groundwater discharge. This is another example about nutrients. And if you look at compare with the water fluxes and this submarine groundwater, there's two kinds of, actually three kinds of. Normally, the major two is one is fresh submarine groundwater. Another one is recycled one. Normally, it's saline submarine groundwater. And if you look at the water budget, the fresh submarine groundwater compared to riverine is only 0.9%, but it transports the nutrient flux much larger than the water fluxes. Fresh one compared to riverine, both nitrogen and phosphorus is roughly 2%. But if you look at the recycled one, it actually for the nitrate, it is 170. And phosphate is 70. It's pretty big. And today, this kind of groundwater, submarine groundwater discharge is directly connected to the land. So somehow, somewhere it happened as a risk with like a very popular eutrophication that happened in global scale. And some case is not. So I will give some case study and not rich in eutrophication. Here is in the central picture, it shows some inland sea in Japan, and you can see the literal axis is transparency, a vertical one is fresh catchments. And from 1960 to 80s, the transparency is decreased. And together with this one, the fish catchment is increased. Of course, it's because of high population data in Japan. And then from 80 to 2006, because this lower transparency in marginal sea or enclosed sea, that means the water pollution, eutrophication that happened in this coastal water. Then the new law released in Japan from 1980s. Now this dramatically water quality was improved. But unhappily, if you look at here, the transparency is getting worse and the fish catchments getting more bad. In this case, we just see, we found this is a turning point. That means during this kind of law release and transparency improvement, the primary production is not getting better or recovered less than 30 years ago. This turning point has happened everywhere. Is, for example, here is the US, Canada, and Australia. Here show example for the EU area, Netherlands, Germany, Baltic Sea, and Denmark. They all have this kind of a turning point. It's very important in message. That means the improve of transparency is not equal to the increase of fish catchments. So what's happened? Actually, the very important things message here is nutrient decrease almost too much, dramatically decreased. And together with this kind of anthropogenic impact, we have another global scale, global warming impact. This one is showing the snowfall changes in last 40 years. So you can realize the red colors, that means the decrease in last 40 years. And actually, in most area of Japan lost snowfall, and this was predicted from the 2070 and the next 20 years. During this kind of dramatic global changes, and of course in Japan, and some of water quality in the coastal water, and including the submarine groundwater discharge, was changed dramatically as well. The topic one for this case study is the area here in Toyama. Actually, this is a university located here. It is actually in central of Japan and face the sea of Japan. And there's one branch of a crucial named the Tsushima Current. Actually, started from just eastern of the Philippines, the crucial and tropic ocean, and pretty warm and rich in moisture and very rich in water. So without this kinds of very rich water, actually Toyama area is rich, very watered area. The precipitant roughly from 30 to 50 is snowfall during the winter. This one is a Google Earth photo. You can realize the land transport to the ocean, and it actually very clearly can realize from photo. The lower panel show the this one salinity and DIN phytoplankton is modeling result. You can realize it's pretty big and big plume near the coast. And for the previous study result, we know the land from land to Toyama Bay, the fresh submarine groundwater compared to the rural input, it is almost from 4 to 10%, and it covers quite a big nutrient, roughly from 20-40%, and actually contribute from land, including nitrogen, phosphate, silicate. But just like what I mentioned, currently, for example, here is show the shellfish and the seaweed catch, and it's clearly linearly decreased during the last 3 and 4 decades. So to find this kind of reason, in the scientific evidence is quite important. This one's like to show the submarine groundwater. We are doing the monitoring, and you look at because the water density is different very clearly. They seep spring from seafloor. This is my student. It is just during the diving. We did quite 20 years for this kind of monitoring. So result about this submarine groundwater monitoring is very simply in summarizing this figure. And waters evaporated from a coastal area and then transported to the mountain area. And by using multiple chemical traces, actually this one is by using oxygen deuterium isotope. We know the spring water from seafloor actually originated from 800 to 1,200 meter elevation mountain area. And this is a cedar forest, and it's quite a famous band of forest in Japan. And after this water penetrated to this ground and attract lots of nutrient and spend 10 to 20 years transport to the coast area. And if you look at the recharge of water, it is 30%, but phosphorus and nitrogen actually is equally to the river. That means this kind of nutrients is very important, originated from mountain area. And that means age forest, we use this one tree for 1,000 fishes. So the good forest can help and very healthy the primary production in the area and follow the food web connected to the fish. And this case study, and we tried to collaborate with local government, and actually this help to the policy and to help the conservation and utilization for groundwater. And then, for the Minister of Environment in Japan, they published the best practice for groundwater conservation. There's the first edition, second edition. They all post this figure was pressed in this book. So currently, together with global warming, and if you look at long-term climate change in Toyama, actually the temperature increased pretty big. If you count the from last 60 years, this is like 2.2 degree. But if you look at currently only 40 years and 20 years, excuse me, it is get double. It's like almost 5 degree. And comparing together with this kind of air temperature increasing, we lost the snowfall during the winter. Now it's just a half compared 40 years ago. And the rainfall is doubled and compare, especially in this 30 years. So this is a result of the hydrological model. And both river rainwater and freshwater submarine groundwater discharge is increased 10 to 20%. So to find the reason and why this kind of freshwater increased, of course, the snowfall, we lost the snowfall, this big reason, and actually here show the catchment. This catchment actually is by using isotope. If you look at inside, there's a different river and from different catchment. This one is calculated by hydrological catchment elevation. This one is by using the isotope. You look this one is by using the left one's isotope, right one is from map. So for the catchment elevation is comparable. So that means we use the isotope to give the elevation of the water origination. When we compare with the monitoring data from 2017-21 compared with 20 years ago, this clearly and there is a shift from more higher data to more negative isotope. Actually, if you look at the elevation, this shift, that means actually the charging area or you see the originated area is moving more higher place. This value is calculated by snow melting point. The data is comparable. The one choose tell us is the water actually charging from a more higher place. The reason because the snow boundary is moving more higher place. So together with this increase of isotope, actually the groundwater in the mountain area, residence time, the age is getting more younger. So more large volume, more younger, that means the react between the water and the forest is getting more shortened. That lead this kind of decrease in all chemical components, also the nutrient. We see that like dilution in the mountain area. So this kind of more low concentration of nutrient and can lead the not only the major ion, also the nutrient, and as well as the carbon. So if you look at this is pH, actually there is a trend for the decrease as well, because the snow water, if getting more shortened residence time underneath, that means the reaction with rock or soil time is getting shortened as well. And the pH is just like rain, more close to the rain trend, getting more low pH value. So in that case, here's the flux is about DIN, DIP, and this one is by fresh submarine groundwater. You can realize both decrease and clearly in last a quarter of century. So together with another very important message, as is given at the very beginning, the sea wave policy actually in entire Japan, not only the Toyama, here's the Toyama. This policy release and actually resulting the decrease of DIN and DIP in the river water. Here is showing the uses of waste treatment facility in Toyama. The percentage for now is almost 100%. This treatment actually decrease, shorten, or cut the nutrient almost 100% in sewage water. So together with this, I don't know whether you know this or not, it's very famous rice cake in Toyama. They used to be in convenience store. It's like this picture, but currently they change this color because this kind of sewage in convenience store in Japan, 80% this kind of sewage in Seto Island Sea, and now it's getting a huge damage about this low nutrient. If you look at the mega city in like Tokyo, Osaka, Kobe, they all have this kind of low nutrient problem. And the Toyama, we call mid-side in Japan, is like this gray color. It covers 90% of Japan. If we look at the nutrient data, monitoring data beyond the Minister of Environment, you can realize more than half, over the half area, we can see the water quality is unhealthy. It is lack in nutrient or in phosphate or in nitrogen. So in this way, what is the solution for us? Actually, in Seto Island area, they just change the policy again from a regulation to water quality management. Now actually should increase the nutrient input here. So this is another project. It's ongoing for 3-year project, and it is based to finding climate change and trace the scientific evidence to produce the updated to climate change, the correct policy. There is another useful policy here is effective usage for fallow and abandoned fields, the paddy field actually, to input more nutrients. This one is natural one field. This one, it's a paddy field on usage dates, for example, during the winter time. You just put the water in, and it's early spring, it's summer, and the natural nutrient will seep together with groundwater and then move to the coastal area. This one's the same story. There's the plant areas like here. We use the winter time to pump input nutrient. So this project, by also not only the scientific evidence, also use the modeling and coupling two modeling. One is hydrologic modeling at land, connect to the ecosystem model in the ocean, and then to protect it in 2050 or 2100 year from now. And what is the data, nutrient data and production in the coastal area. So if we look back to the global scale, it is quite interesting. There's the GDP and also the GDP's inside, and also the nutrient data. If you look at GDP, here is the US, Australia, and Japan, and Europe, they all show huge GDP in the last 30, 40 years. And the nutrients, actually, they show a decrease. And the phenomenon is a coupling. I think there's a common phenomenon for these developed countries. And if you look at Southeast Asian country, and also the China, and now the GDP showed the huge increase. And I would like to mention in the nutrient policy, it is not just like copy from Europe and the US. And now we have to treat the more nutrient management policy, and so you don't need to face another new problem like Japan or other country. So to trick this, and I introduced a case study in Japan, and actually we had quite similar things. Stories is China Sea, South China Sea. Actually, we have a partner from Thailand, from Indonesia, and this is the ongoing program under the UNESCO and subsection Western Pac program. Actually, I'm leading this one. This one is try to leading the healthy, productive, sustainable marginal sea. One key project is like here is nutrition footprint of the basic production. And this one is for coupling both human science and also the basic natural science, and co-work with stakeholders and ecosystem, society, and modeling and the calculation. And final goal is a healthy production, productive, sustainable area, coastal area. And very interested, this should be my final slide too. Very interesting things. A couple weeks ago, USGS just published the new water cycle cartoon. This one is published 2000. If you look at the inside, I'm pretty happy because back to 90s, there is no submarine groundwater discharge in the cartoon. But in this 2000 years, there is this one. And this well balance between the water circulate continually and balance between the precipitate and the evaporation, evapotranspiration between land and ocean. And this is a new one. Actually, the human now as a headliner. This one published just in yields, and really a couple of days ago, you look at this red corner, they all coupled with a human being. It is like a domestic industry water, agriculture, and the grazing water usage, multiple urban water runoff. That means if now when we look at global water budget, you have to think the human activity. There should be big parts in this in the global scale cartoon. That's all for my talk. Thank you very much for your attention. So I apologize for my, I think I maybe impossible to stay in another hour. I can stay another 30 minutes maybe. So welcome the question and the comments. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Sanji. It was really interesting for knowing that there's so many impact of the deterioration for the environment. Please, participant, you can ask for some question because Dr. Zhang Jing is only, I think, 10 minutes you can have in this session. Okay, we can have the question from the chat room. Okay, may I read it for you, Dr. Zhang? This is from Papa Afik Hardianto. The first question, what is the land use system in the upper watershed system from Toyama Coastal as comparing with Serayu Tandui watershed, where also located in this watershed, we found booming of Enceng Gondok plant, especially after rainy season. Maybe is it any correlation with the upper side activity, intensive agriculture? And the second question is, Isotopes approach is too advanced, especially in our laboratory, to trace the nutrient or water from upper to the coastal. Is it possible to further discussion with Prof. Jing, especially on isotopes approach for our sampling from a part of watershed in Indonesia, such as Serayu Tandui watershed? Thank you. Please, Professor Zhang, there's a question from Bapak Afik Hardianto.
Oh, the connection is not really clear, but I think I can read the box. This from Dr. Hadanto. Thank you very much for your question. And thank you very much. And for your first question, I think the land usage about the highland or catchment of a river, actually in Toyama in area is very much mountain place. In the I show the one table actually, the most of the big river catchment elevation is pretty high. There is a trend from area from 3 to 400 meter to more than 2,000 meter elevation. It's very high. Actually, there's almost no human activity on that area. But still, we face the same problem. One is global warming because we lost snow. All snow switched to the rain in the mountain place. The snow actually during the melting places in summer, in the late springtime, and very slow smiling and sink to the ground and trip the water nutrient transport to the platform at the lowland. And another reason is that together with this global warming, the forest, like you mentioned, the plants changed. The species of forest, they move more higher elevation. That means, for example, today I show the example of a cedar tree. Cedar tree is very rich in fall leaves during the fall times, and that means the groundwater can dissolve much more nutrient. But if you move like different lower, actually I'm not a specialist for forest. If you move to more lower tree, and the nutrient dissolution will move the more lower. There's another reason, like you mentioned. And for your second question about isotope, I think actually water moved by H and O. So just if we use oxygen and deuterium isotope, just like a finger point, can tell us where the how high the elevation this water move originated, and it's pretty useful. Actually, in Japan, because very thin and narrow island, our water is half and half from Pacific, another half from Sea of Japan. This kind of techniques, or you see that tool, is pretty useful for this kind of hydrology. Today, we use this kind of coupling, this kind of isotope into our model as well. Did I answer your question?
How, Pak Afik?
Yes, thank you for the answer, Professor. Because I also use the isotope approach when I in doctoral program in German, but in there very useful to trace the actinium or deuterium. But in Indonesia, this is very difficult to find like isotope approach in here because we have laboratory facility. So discussion because
yeah, thank you very much. I think actually there is ongoing capacity building program. Actually, my former student and Professor Roy Andreas, which I think we will sign next month. And by using this kind of capacity building, we will send expertise to visit Indonesia, and also can invite young scientists, career people come to Japan, and not only Japan, other neighborhood country who can provide this kind of techniques.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor.
Thank you very much for your question.
Very interesting.
I think this is a great change for the collaborative research between UNSUD and Toyama University. Okay, thank you. I think I saw someone who raised their hand. I can see Pak Roy Andreas. Still mute your.
Okay, thank you, Sensei. Thank you, Miss Dini. Yeah. Hi, Sensei. I hope you are in a good condition now.
Oh, thank you very much.
Yes, Sensei. Okay. Actually, I think I don't have any question, but Professor Jing will be come to our university on the next December. So she will give us so many new knowledge, or including the isotope, how to use the isotope. And also we try to, in the next years, maybe we will try to see the possibility to make like satellite laboratory, something like that in our university, with so many program, especially program from UNESCO, something like that. So that's why we are very happy, especially for today. You want to be our keynote speaker, and also for the next month, December, maybe. So you will come to our university. So thank you so much, maybe, Sensei. That's all.
Oh, thank you very much to give this opportunity, and I can promote a little bit about science, and also somehow coupling science and social science, because the policy actually management is quite important after we know the problem is. And yeah, I am looking forward to visit your university and also see your new student, my grand student. Thank you very much
for your presence. Yes, Professor Zhang. Okay, is there any other question for Professor Jing Zhang? Hello? For me, it's really quite interesting, Professor Jing Zhang, because in my thought, the degradation of the environment, also in the big city, it will give a big impact for the research you've done. Do you have any idea? Maybe you build, you create, you develop a model for, how much how much the degradation or the deterioration of environment and how it impact. I mean, you create a model for this.
I think.
Are you yeah. Okay.
Thank you very much. I think now most of the model actually focus much more only on natural science side. You give a very good point because actually just like I showed that the cartoon released by UCSG, today the water circulation or any kind of water usage, you have to include the human activity inside. And not only the volume and also the policy, because the management policy and can control the water usage. So I think the better to work, best ways to work with not only the eco hydrological modeler and also for the social science side modeling, like economics. Yeah. Very good question. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Because of the limitation of Professor Jing-Sang time, so we can end this session. A big applause for Professor Jing-Sang and all the best for your research, Professor. Can't wait for your present in Indonesia.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So the second speaker today, we have someone who is committed to the genetic and breeding of microalgae. His research focuses specifically on microalgae germplasm, conservation, genetic diversity evaluation, and genome analysis, molecular mechanism of phenotypic and quality traits, and molecular ecology. Professor Dr. Liu has undertaken and participated in a number of national scientific research projects, such as National High Technology R&D Program, National Key R&D Plan, National Natural Science Foundation. And in recent years, with his strong promotion, great progress has been made in the international sharing of China's advanced seaweed culture technology. The joint laboratory seaweed led by him will become an important part of China-Asian Belt and Road joint laboratory of mariculture technology. Everyone, please welcome Professor Lao Chiu from Xiamen University, China. Time is yours, Professor.
Yeah, thank you. Good morning, distinguished guest and rector and the chairman, and also the moderator, Probo Adini, for the nice introduction. First of all, I would like to express our sincerely apologies because of Professor Liu Dao has an emergency traveling to. I will be presenting this PPT instead of Professor Liu Dao. I'm Zhizhong Qi and from Ocean University of China, and currently heading the seaweed base for the International Science and Technology Corporations. And again, thanks Maria for his invitation for this important conference. And Prabhu, could you allow me to share my screen?
So you can share your own screen.
Yeah, it's mentioning disabled.
Wait. Can you share your screen now?
Yeah, perfect. Thank you. I hope you can see now.
Yes, clearly.
I will using the yeah. In fact, the talking my presentation is about security approach for the seaweed farming, and although I use China as a case, probably you all know seaweed is a global issue. It's important industrial. Just a couple of weeks ago, I learned from Ministry of Maritime and Agriculture Affairs from Indonesia. So the seaweed price has been doubled this year. I think it's good news for both of us. My presentation is consists of the 5 parts. First part is seaweed biosecurities and management. The second is quality security is more or less in the production of whale, and the third is the genetic biosecurity of seaweed. And then I will talk about disease control in seaweed farming, and finally the challenge and perspectives. So this first section is seaweed biosecurity and management in China. So as we know, typically in China, the seaweed farming or the production, almost all of them from aquaculture, from cultivation. Probably in the other country, there are different cases. In China, in the coastal area, so out of 13 provinces, 6 are the main, we call the large-scale cultivation of seaweed farming, which is more than 1,000 hectares per unit. It's in fact more than 70% is for the food consumption, either directly or indirectly, or by processing. We know the agar-agar, and 20 to 25% is for the aquatic animals, like specifically in south of China, for the uploading and sea cucumber. And so when talking about the biosecurity, first we should mention is quality security, as probably our country has such production quality securities. We have different levels as national and state, and also the industrial level for the management, also for the consumption. This means to the health risk management. And from a biological view, the genetic security, which also has been legalized and in the different institutions. Of course, they have a concern about genetic erosion of natural seaweed populations. And the last is, of course, we see the pandemic, which also occur in the seaweeds. The disease prevention and control. There's various of industrial standards and cultural practice. Is in the management of view for the processing of securities. So when the quality when we mention the quality securities, so we are saying the culture area should be far away from industrial areas for the coastal, the protection of whale, and of course for the control of cultural water quality. And there are different standards, and as well as local standards are applied for the point of view to protect the local environment. And the cultivation and processing number of new varieties cover species not only Saccharina but also Nerobelba, glacialis, and also Undaria. Total Moran at the present Moran is seeing 23 of those new species are being encouraged and promoted in the for the culture, for the large scale cultures. Just giving for brown algae, Saccharina japonicus, you can see that for the time of the registration, they're dating from 1990s until 2014. But in recent years, we have also another 2 new varieties being accepted by new varieties. And for the in the term of technological view, this table giving a list of selective or strategies or the technology to be used for such as population, the selections, mutations, the breedings, and then for the hybrid selection. Then recently, it's more molecular marker edit selections, also generated from Saccharina and also other tropical species. And in terms of Sequoiasium, here give an example. The molecular marks has been used just as shown in this table, as shown here. They indeed has a decrease of the genetic diversity, as seen here in the up part from this table. Reduced of genetic diversity and also heterogeneity observations has been observed with decreasing. Indeed, there has a risk of for the genetic diversity. For the disease control in seaweed farming, is in fact quite a number of cases, or the major and large number of cases are caused by the physiological disease, which is seedling detachment and the rooting caused by the change, especially for the sudden rainfall and also the temperature changes and the water quality depletion. For the infection disease, which has a number of cases are reported. I will talk later on. For the mold and other pathogenic microorganisms are in fact rarely to found. Another issue is pest and predators, mainly caused by the biting of rabbit fish and other animals, probably in the tropical season, which is more often to occur. And for especially for the seedling of the destroy of seedling and for the initial stage culture. This table is showing we have indeed also the coding system and standards to control the various of disease. For instance, for the Saccharina, we have specifications for seedling productions, also including the non-polluted food technologies. And as shown in the right side, a number of disease which very much depend on the symptom and depend on what we have seen. We saw the green color and also the white thing and abnormal routine, which are visible indications for those kind of standards which should be applied to the different species. And here, taking example as a Neuroperopa, they have a technical protocols for the spawning productions and for the cultivations as well. And I will not repeatedly mention here. And just to mention, in 2020, in fact, even the last winter, we have a reported disease of loss about over 118,000 hectares, and the loss in value is up to 1.2 125 million US dollar. The disease for the Sacharina is happened in south of China, in Fujian, and also in the including the Peropa settling detachment. And for the Sacharina, the white spotted roten in my province in Shandong happened, and another has quite a number of report of the fish biting in the south of China in Guangdong province. Just giving a few picture of those pest and harmful fish. For the pathogenic disease, I will talk about just in a few slides later for the yellow spotted disease of Neuroperopa, and also for the physiological disease as happening more concerning in the settling stage. Of course, the pest and the fish damage. For the yellow spot disease, I just mentioned here excellent research examples by Professor Yang Ri from Ningbo Universities, who able to identify the vibros Mediterranean and also to have a couple of the biological control to dealing with species. I'm showing these pictures. Yellow spot disease VSD, which causes the serious disease in Conjunctivalis spawning culture for Peropa, and the same thing including the empty cells and cell wall degradations, the blanching, and with those and the fast high contagens. And the work was published in Aquaculture in 2020, and as shown here for the electronic microscope evidence with a large flagella of Vibrio Mediterranean, and including the genome size, which is over 3.69 million base pairs, which was what identifies as pathogens for the VSD, and the genomic size is over 5.98 million base pairs, including one plasmid. it's showing the high temperature and the low pH might stress to occur while still in the pyropel. And so by oligopolysaccharide, which can the treatment of oligosaccharide can strengthen the immunities of algae of this species. And another strategy to using the phages, the virus which can destroy the specific bacteria. And the significance of biological control by the algae treatment and fish treatment has been proved being effective and environmental friendly. A couple of recommendations and conclusions are here shown in the left column. So it was found that the bacteria diversity of Neuropelpa and the surrounding water is occurred. And high microbial diversity is an important indicator for the health algae, as shown in the right side the column, the diversity. But the chemical treatment could cause the subversive and prolonged changes in pyropel microbial community. It means more, it's become unstable and unpredictable if you treat heavily by the chemicals. And another tensions is for the algae site bacteria and the beneficial bacteria. It could be another good strategies for this bacteria disease. And I will try to, in brief, for the permission and the control of Saccharina, these different farming and also seedling stages. And for the common disease of Saccharina, including the visible symptom as rotten and deformation and detachment. If you check carefully, quite a number of causing by the mismanagement, for instance, the insufficient light or the lighting, and also the treatment, the water quality deteriorations. But the prevention, it can be done with careful the management, and also by the adjust and reduce the density of spurlings and increasing the water flow and so on. So few pictures shown here for this green root disease and white tip disease as a spurling deteriorations. And as you know, for the management, they have a good practice and also standards to apply, for instance, the right temperature, and also should prevent the leaking of the ammonia, because for the large industry, we need, especially in the south of China, for the cooling the temperature, for the lowering of temperature. You need a good management team for the maintaining the facility of cooling device, and of course for the light management and adjust of the light is routinely daily work. For the fertilization, I would like just to mention here, generally for seedling, we need nutrition and phosphate fertilizer to meet the requirement of intensive seedling. For the other for the other essential ions and other elements, you need flow water exchange. For instance, for the good recycled or the flow through seawater is sufficient. It's still routinely require the label first to, for instance, to change the curtains and to clean and also clean the tanks. And reach common practice, you may also apply in your local. And for the growth out management, which require oftenly for cut the leaves and also specifically to reduce the density of seedling and also to adjust specifically the layer to adapt the good sunlight conditions. Yeah, I will not to mention Saccharina grows out the program here, and just to mention the prevention is by adjust the culture layers, cutting the tips, and also reduce and all increase the fertilizers in that was in practice in some traditional era. For the improved water flow, you have to do it regularly, and also for the prevention of heavy rainfall by manually transport the cultural line into the different areas. So for the harmful.
1 minute more, sorry. Your time, 1 minute remaining.
Yeah, so I just skip, as mentioned here in typhoon and harmful fish. And they have a number of good models, like rough scales handling culture for ICMA has been implanted in Hainan province. This Professor Liu, who is working in the field, and also for the box style culture, which is against the fish biting. To sum my slides, so there has a growing demand for seaweed cultivations as well as the various products. It's still required for the good aquaculture operations and for the high quality varieties, specifically for the resistance and high yielding varieties are important and still required. And this should be counseling by the management of environmental and good operations. So I will skip this part just to mention the new articles, new progressive management of pathway for improving seaweed biosecurity, which is first authored by Professor Elizabeth Cody Cook from Scholarship Associations for Marine Science, is just being accepted. We are happy to be the co-authors. It will be published this year in the Nature Communications. If you are interested, you can have a look. And thank you for your attention.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Zizang Si. I think we have questions from the chat room.
Yeah,
So,
yeah, I have seen the questions from chat box.
Yes. From Ferry Susanto, Indonesia is the second largest producer of seaweed in the world after China. However, there is lack of genetic diversity information of seaweed in Indonesia. how do you maintain the genetic diversity of seaweed in China?
Yes. It's excellent questions. So, as you know, as some of your colleague may know, we have we call the seaweed genoplasmic banks, which is located in the Ocean University of China. So we preserve and quite a number, over 1,000 specimen, different specimen. Some of in life and largely in the dry specimen and also spreading. To keep these diversities, we're able to also exchange the different species with our collaborators from Indonesia and also from Philippines specifically, and a few from Vietnam. So we have also the tropical species bank. I would recommend your side do the same, and for the point of biodiversity and also for the genetic pool for the future selections.
Okay, thank you, Dr. C. And there is another question from Friska Indriyan. What are the characteristics of a good seaweed cultivation site in China?
If probably same as Indonesia, we have quite a large difference. For the north of China, we have a species typically Saccharina, and also other species, but we can. I see in Rongcheng, we are just mentioning we are preparing the mission from FAO and to prepare a guidebook or the manual for the best practice for the cultivation of seaweeds. This serve as a guidebook to the police decision and also for the different stakeholders. A number of cases we were given also in north of China, in Rongcheng, in Jiangsu province, in the Fujian province in Xiapu, which are all in specific area. I would suggest you can contact us later on for such a manual, which will be published by FAO in a couple months later.
Okay, thank you. So, a question from Rima from the chat.
Yes, the salinity, ocean temperature, and light intensity cause stress. Yes, for the assess, it's indeed in a separate our work. The Professor Liu team and his PhD students did similar result on the ICMA-SURE in China. For the specifically, he was able to find the light intensities. Also for the temperature, which has been studied, calculate, reanalysis. This was also the genetic evidence linked to the temperature and the specific light has also in the analysis. I think it will be published very soon. By the Dr. Yu Yahui.
Thank you. I think this is the last question.
The second.
The second one. Okay, yeah.
Regular mass solidity. In cultivars, very temperature factor is difficult to count. So,
what do you think for the second patient, Dr. Xin?
What the natural predators for the source of disease in seaweed? Yeah, it's a nice question. So, if I understand correctly, so the question is the temperature, environmental. Yeah, this was also in my slides recommended by the Professor Yang Zi. Has mentioned the beneficial bacteria, environmental friend, or even she was using the fish, which is also a couple of strategies, a couple of technology developed also for the shrimp and for fish as the way of treat disease. Although the fish using the fish is not in the list of our administration, they are not licensed to use fish. But in terms of those strategies, I would recommend using the natural select the bacteria which are able to fight those bacteria, the pathogenic bacteria, if it's efficient.
Okay, I think this is the last question from Andrew Coley. Is there any possibility that seaweed, the non-dual use types, can be utilized as bioindicators from your experience?
Possible treat of possible that seaweed can be utilized bioindicators. I don't know what exactly the purpose for the toxicity, or in my opinion, we can choose the certain species specifically for the spurlings which are sensitive. But I'm sorry, I'm not study very well for how the stress or the sensitive or how vulnerable are different species and or in different stages.
Yes, we are running out of time, but we have one last question from Professor Lucas Susanto. Have you developed friendly environmental control method for the seaweed diseases? For instance, the use of beneficial microorganism or bioactive compound produced by the microorganism.
Yes, there are a number of reports also to using the spurring bearing bacteria like bacillus. And for my point of view, I will also encourage you to using the lactic acid bacteria. You know, it's a common practice to use the environmental friendly acid to treat falling and the biofouling, also for the microalgae attachment, which is a practice for many years from China, Japan, Korea, which prove very efficient. So if it's a biological environmental friendly, which is like lactic acid with good, I mean the efficient and feasible method, not very consume, not very label, and also the not cost too much, which is highly likely. I would recommend it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So basically, the biosecurity is really important in reducing diseases in seaweed farming. The biosecurity have a big role in the final quantity and quality of seaweed. Thank you, Dr. Tizang Singh and Professor Liu Tao for sharing your essential research. For me, this is the new understanding and new knowledge that really useful for me. Thank you. Thank you, and big applause for Dr. Tizang Singh and Tao Liu, and congratulations for your accepted paper.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, it's been great fun for being here. It's been fascinating to see who you are doing here in the fifth ICMA-SURE 2022. And I've much been stimulated and provoked by the thought of speakers and the question the participants have been asked. And it's been great, and I look forward to coming back on many occasions in the future. Thank you. The time I give it back to the master of ceremony. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Professor Zhang Jing and Professor Tao Liu for the marvelous presentations. And also thank you to Ibu Probo Hardini, PhD, for being our moderator. Well, after listening to the presentations, I may assume that what Professor Zhang Jing and Professor Tao Liu presented complement each other because the topics are related to marine and coastal area. Well, Professor Zhang Jing discussed that in order to adapt to the global warming, it is essential to know the current status of the water and nutrient dynamics.
Industri keuangan syariah adalah raksasa yang sedang tidur. Saat ini, pemerintah memiliki concern besar untuk membangkitkan raksasa ini. Salah satunya dengan membangun satu bank syariah terbesar di Indonesia.
We, as the committee, would like to present a token of appreciation to Professor Zhang Jing and Professor Tao Liu for sharing your expertise in the session.
Bank syariah raksasa. Total 3 aset bank syariah BUMN, yaitu BRI Syariah, Bank Syariah Mandiri, dan BNI Syariah.
Yes, in the form of certificate. Oh yeah. All right, so thank you once again to our keynote speakers, Professor Zhang Jing and Professor Tao Liu, and also our moderator, Ibu Probo Hardini, PhD. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Oh. Thank you once again to our keynote speakers, Professor Zhang Jing and Professor Tai Lu, for the excellent presentations. And also thank you, Ibu Probohardini, PhD, for being our moderator. Before we continue, we would like to present a token of appreciation in the form of certificate to our keynote speakers. Distinguished guests, participants, ladies and gentlemen, the next session is lunch break. After the lunch break, we will have the parallel session. For further information, please kindly see your program book to know the links before entering your designated rooms in the parallel rooms. We will see you there at 12:30. Thank you.
Sebuah mimpi tidak akan terwujud dengan begitu saja. Butuh kecerdasan, upaya, dan keberanian untuk menggapainya. Kekayaan alam yang melimpah serta keragaman budaya di Indonesia menantang kita untuk dapat memanfaatkan, menjaga, sekaligus melestarikannya. Untuk itulah, Universitas Jenderal Sudirman hadir dengan memberikan lebih dari sekedar pendidikan, tetapi juga sebagai wadah untuk pengembangan sivitas akademika agar mampu menaklukkan tantangan dalam kehidupan. Terletak di kota Purwokerto, Universitas Jenderal Sudirman menjadi tempat yang aman dan nyaman untuk belajar. Aksesnya yang mudah,